Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write Automat. This is a game automation app. It can be used to send key presses, mouse button presses. It can be used to record macros. That can be used to press the keys, move the mouse, click mouse buttons. I will disable this. It can do some mess. And I'll play this back and you can see, yeah, my hands are here. It's a small utility that's coming to Steam later this month. And right now we are in the process of working on a new system of... We're trying to allow objects to communicate in more than one way. Right now they can send messages like that, where one object can send a message to the next one, and then send a message to the next one. Yeah, that's simple. They can also send notifications that some of the state that they encapsulate has updated. There is also there some kind of observability propagation, update propagation is there. Right now, we are adding a entirely new system of communication to the objects, which allows them to synchronize their state. Whatever happens to one object happens to another object. This one, the switch, is an object just like that. I can synchronize the state of this switch with the state of the F key, so that when I press... okay, something's not working. Apparently I cannot press this. Maybe it's because it's synchronized with the F key, but when I press the F key, this actually changes the state of the switch. Oh yeah, it does work. There's probably something wrong with the... Actually, let's fix this. Let's fix this already. Let's not have bugs in Automat. So I will increase the font size so you can see something. And I'm on the... People call this paying technical debt. I call this atonement. Atonement for design scenes or for taking shortcuts. There is a bunch of things that have to be fixed in Automat, like names. Many objects have names that I think some of them maybe made sense initially, but they drifted off. So the switch object, this is a switch, it's actually called flip-flop. The initial idea for this object is that it's going to be something like a flip-flop, like, you know, in a pen, you have this mechanism where you press something and it opens, you press it again, it closes. So that was the idea behind the logical operation behind this switch. It was something that you can press and it toggles, it flips. Hence the name flip-flop. But I actually think that it will be much more valuable to have this switch work in a different way. I would like it to operate in a way where it can be used to block the execution, so that if the execution reaches a switch, so I should be able to connect it like that, then I should be able to take a second connection from the switch, connect it somewhere else, and it should be able to, you know, start or stop the control flow from passing. But maybe, you know, a proper switch design which actually takes care of control flow is slightly more complex than that, and maybe designers of programming languages would be able to design it in a better way. Okay, right now let's fix this. The stuff that's happening when I turn it on. So there is a flip-flop widget. Flip-flop button, okay, I guess flip-flop button is what we need. The flip-flop button doesn't really seem to do much. See how we initialize it. yeah, there is the onClick function. This is what we need. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is how it works. I think we should do this instead. I'm restarting Automat, and yeah, with just this simple, say, one-line change should work now. Let's grab a key. Let's synchronize this with this thing. And now, yeah, when I press it, it presses the F key. When I press the F key, nothing happens. When I release the F key, it releases this object. I can press the F key and release this, and it releases the F key. Cool. Yeah, this finger, the shadow on the finger, it tells me the state of this F key object. Okay, so the synchronization works. The plan for today is actually not to atone for the scenes. It's not to fix those small bugs or rename things. The plan for today is to twist this belt here. This belt, right now, it is traveling over long distance in a vertical position, and it breaks the visual metaphor that I want to have here. So yeah, this is going to have to be fixed. And I have been playing yesterday on a shader toy. Let me find the shader. So this is the shader which can implement a twisting animation. And the plan for today is to integrate it. The idea here is that Britney, right? Britney Spears, or this London image. Let me change this to Britney. This. Britney is representing the teeth, the side view of the belt. As it turns, it should reveal the top side of the belt, which is this brick or this woven pattern. And then this belt, it's actually going to be made of something, some kind of fabric, the stuff that timing belts are made of. Rubber, black rubber, something like that. Yep, those timing belts, they are... Okay, our belts are using sine wave. This is not the optimal shape for gear teeth. Typically engineers use different types of gear for different kinds of mechanisms. Most gears, they're optimized for stability of, gear ratio and the force transfer. So they have this, they go out of their way to make sure that they control the contact point between two gears that are touching each other. In the case of sine wave, this is actually, this gear, this type of gear, it wouldn't work. It would have terrible backlash. Especially, not here. Anyway, we will do the twist. And I have been thinking, about how to put this here. So I don't need. I think I could model the belt as actually like a torus, like a cube-like torus. It's really hard to draw this thing, but if I will try to do isometric projection. So our belt has teeth that go like that. This is my isometric projection. Nice, right? Maybe I will more line here, one here. It's reasonable. Okay, so this is our belt. Looks like a very, chunky chainsaw. And I could model this in two ways. I could model this either as a, say, cube that looks like that. Not cube, but elongated cube. Looks like that. So I would project the existing belt on this like left and right sides of the cube. In front we don't need anything because this is isometric projection. And on top we will have a very simple flat rubber color. So this is one option. Option 2 is to model this as two kind of cubes. Like I said, it's going to be this elongated cube, but it could be modeled like something like that, where the top part is this thing, the bottom part is this thing, and we have our tip here. And the final part of the belt, we don't really need to model it because it's always going to lay flat. So this final part is going to just be a plane, just kind of here, located here. I think this would be kind of nice because I could even make the belt rotate and twist in a fancy way so that when we are looking at the top surface of the belt, we are not looking at the teeth side. There will be some text here, some labels, all this kind of stuff.
Meister Chica says,
Hello.
Hey. Yeah, and maybe I will try to play with.
AI making my dot files feel easy again.
Interesting. So AI picks your settings? There was one thing I wanted to mention. There is going to be, I'm going to do a presentation introducing Automat, like Automat from scratch. It's going to happen in less than 2 weeks now on Zoom. So I don't see a link here. Maybe after registering a link will appear, but there is a Slack channel that you should subscribe if you want to get updates about this. Yeah, and hopefully I can put Automat on Steam before the workshop. Put Automat on Steam and finish those gears. I mean, the gears, this is kind of already working. It's not like...
Yeah, I need to reactivate my Slack account first.
Yeah, Slack is pretty terrible, but I guess some people who use this at work, I guess it makes it more convenient for them.
In my company, we are using Discord.
Very interesting. It's clipped. Ah, okay. Anyway, I think I have to organize this code. Okay, no flip-flop widget. This is actually something I should submit. Okay, I think it will be easier to play in Shader Toy for now.
I mean, it has all things Slack, provides maybe not some integrations, but there is no hidden gotchas with pricing. So everyone gets nitro paid by company all tough for company account only.
It's very interesting. I mean, 20 years ago or something, I wouldn't have thought that companies are going to pay for chat. There were so many chat messengers back then. There was XMPP, there was, the ancient IRC, and don't they work? Is XMPP still alive?
And judging by finance guys, it's actually cheaper than Slack. Nine-person versus 19-person.
This pricing for a single chat user, this seems insane. Like, you.
772 says,
CP Chica finance guys. At your company or Wall Street bros?
Meister Chica says,
Jordan Belford, Asning 89,01772. Talk.
Seven 772 says,
I've been meaning to rewatch Wolf of Wall Street.
Okay, I will insert more parameters here. So first I will fork this. I want a new one. Local chord is the UV on the surface. So this is actually fine. Instead of best face, I think a different thing would make sense. Because this is just about selecting which texture we want to use.
Slack has a formal feel to it, though, unlike Discord. In my initial opinion.
Yeah. This is for companies that select products based on how they feel. It has to feel corporate, for the corporation to want to buy this. I think few corporations are able to see through the style. Because Discord, yeah, it looks like it's for gamers. It doesn't look like it's for companies. It's not professional enough.
Meister Chica says,
Slack is for companies that have general management that won't listen for employees. Go.
Yeah.
Seven 772 says,
Okay, so I know which camp both of you belong to.
I will do one more check here. And whole Y. Yeah.
Always wondered why some open source projects use Discord. Now I know.
Meister Chica says,
Who don't have Discord installed?
772 says.
I don't have the application installed on my computer.
Okay, so I just punched a hole inside this thing.
I prefer to use the web version.
Meister Chica says.
So you have Discord installed.
"772 says.
Copenhagen. Interpretation of my having Discord installed.
Okay, now I just need to change this. It should be HI.
Meister Chica says.
I mean, Pummel is what we have been using lately, but we are waiting for it dies to move everything over.
There we go. Okay, so this is how our belt is going to travel.
"772 says.
Nice. Didn't know about Pummel. Do you like it?
Meister Chica says.
It's Slack on steroids when set up correctly.
Isn't this like really sensitive? I mean, the stuff that company shares internally is like the most sensitive part of the company, and outsourcing this to some chat service, it feels insane. It feels absolutely insane.
Actually, we have using their whole suite, and it's saving us around 30kk. Internal stuff is on our infra.
"772 says.
Oh, so do they allow you to deploy their source code on your own servers?
Thinking how I want this belt to twist. This would work. I can just put this in Automat.
Whoa. That's a lot better.
Yeah. And we're still not even finished. We still want to put some fancy writing on the belt. So the point is to put some print here, something that looks kind of like a commercial, component, like something that you would put in an engine. Some kind of letters that will also kind of explain what this belt is sending over.
I can get behind this gear design.
Looks a little bit too like chainsaw right now, but any rotating mechanism, when operated at high velocity becomes a chainsaw. And this one, yeah, it's absolutely going to be operated at high velocity. And this animation, it's not going to be animated like that. It's going to actually be still when nothing is happening, only when I'm actually sending signals through the belt. It's going to do something.
Meister Chica says,
Nah, they don't allow us to. On-premise hosting, but apart from Slack, you can disable file sharing on Pummel.
I need to stop the animation. It's moving too fast. I cannot think about this spatially.
"772 says,
I assume then they have really strong privacy and security guarantees.
So on the right, the belt is kind of starting and it's going to twist like that. But I actually wonder, maybe I should make it twist.
If not, might as well communicate on an open mailing list and share the Coca-Cola recipe.
For this public chat, I heard there was some study done. So it was done by people in Poland, but it was meant for. So they were choosing a communicator for the military communications or something like that. And they did a security review of different protocols. And the one that they picked was Matrix. Was this one. So both the mathematicians and the, I guess, computer scientists from some universities who were reviewing the specs, they decided that this is the most secure one. I think it is. I don't know how Matrix works. but it is definitely popular in the government now. Popular.
Here, we integrate Grok into our systems.
I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to make this bottom belt come on top. Because the teeth are outside.
Meister Chica says,
In fact, do you know which protocol we are using for internal communication?
Is it Matrix?
772 says,
Telnet, what?
Meister Chica says,
Yes.
Nice.
772 says,
Yes, to Telnet or Matrix.
Meister Chica says,
If you are not using Matrix for internal communication, I am wondering is UPC date 31.1/1999.
Okay, this Z. This is what we need to play with.
772 says,
Math, guess my age.
I remember some information about you, like the fact that you had exams a couple of weeks ago. I would say 20s, before 25. Okay, this is it.
Meister Chica says,
I talked with guy that worked in company 10x the size of mine, and he said that they use widely available software only for company. Customer communication. Customer communication.
like internally. Interesting. Okay, I changed those values, so I should probably leave this out.
An demo that exactly how Slack feels to has been built for customer communication and not internal communication.
Hmm.
Seven seven two says,
What front end does your company use for Matrix? I used to use Element, but it felt too heavy at the time.
Okay, with this Z, I guess I could just cheat. Oh.
Meister Chica says,
D-E-D.
Okay, I am doing crimes now. Z buffer crime. I think if I just position this correctly. Oh, what? What? Okay, that worked. This is very weird. That would mean that some of those are actually overriding. Okay. The result, they are. I think this is a decent twist. I think the top belt should do something similar. I think X, it's actually not used anywhere here. Output local Y. And whether we are hitting inside or which part of the belt we are hitting. we use the same name, best face. So we're only interested in local Y. Okay, first argument is theta. Second argument is Y. And then after local Y, we have best face. All of this should be able to delete now. We just are missing best normal. This best normal is obviously wrong here, because the normal should have an x component. Why is this paused? Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, now there are weird things probably happening. Yeah. This is kind of... Actually, no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We just have two belts. One of them is like in front of the other. And they create this illusion that they are part of the same thing, but okay, doesn't matter. I just hit pause here for some reason. I want to get rid of the ones which have stop inner. Yep. Stop outer. Bye bye. And this front. Change to 0. And this 1.
Requite Fahrenheit says.
Everyone loves some live shading.
Yeah. The normals, something wrong with them. Definitely should not get brighter now. Should be, the brightness maximum should be here. So this bottom inner is wrong. It's definitely also wrong. What was the previous value? C minus S. I will just try a couple values. One of them is going to work fine.
Do you watch other shaders like Evevel or Nusenfex?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those names. We'll accelerate the rotation a little bit. I'm focusing on the normals of this outer wall now. The inner wall I don't care for at the moment. And this glitch, yeah, I also don't care about this. So when green is at maximum,
MSPQR on
should be
Shader
zero.
Toy.
Yeah, nice. I'm actually not doing a lot of stuff on Shader Toy. It's just a convenient kind of place to prototype shaders. I should probably do more of this. So I want, when green is at maximum, the vector should point straight down. When it's
I
purple,
understand.
Green is at maximum, this outer wall should point down, and when it's at 0, yeah, I think I need to do something like s squared. Check this out. 0 now. It's growing up. Now it should go... yeah, decay. Yeah, looks nice now. So I bet we also should have stem cells here. No, it shouldn't be 1 minus stem cells. Something like C times C maybe.
772 says,
For a bathroom to be clean, it has to be dry. Do you agree?
Not sure. Not sure.
Please. Agree, lol twee.
You know, if it's freshly cleaned, it's going to be a little wet. This is wrong, this is wrong, something is wrong here.
Flush the toilet with or without the lid covered. I think with lid closed, because you don't want microbes to be dispersed into the air. People want it to be clean, but have superstitious notions about what it means to be clean instead of actually being clean. I'm so disgusted.
You know, not really an expert in this.
Although my notions aren't provable either, so maybe they view me the same way. But I'm going to beat them like a cat. Seems like you've decided to keep your opinions about bathroom cleanliness to yourself. Fair enough.
Probably not the best person to ask this.
Meister Chica says,
Wait, you guys clean your bathroom.
Yeah, the bathroom kind of cleans itself. You know.
I usually just vacuum dog's hair, and maybe clean the shower glass, and that's about it.
"772 says,
Math is visibly uncomfortable about this topic, lol.
Actually, I do have laundry to take out. I will do a short break. Just so I can kind of dry it out. Be right back in a couple of minutes.
Meister Chica says,
And for toilet bowl, I just do the toilet paper trick.
"772 says,
Nice, that works. Although I disinfect the floor as well.
Requite Fahrenheit says,
What trick is that?
Yeah, I'm interested as well. I have another half an hour before the laundry finishes.
772 says.
We are living beings, first and foremost. We can come to a consensus on these things.
Meister Chica says.
If need to unload, you place some toilet paper before doing the thing. I prevents the load from sticking to porcelain.
Seven 772 says.
Okay, now, I'm visibly uncomfortable as I'm drinking my coffee.
Requite Fahrenheit says.
Matt, is there an effect you're trying to fix?
772 says.
Let's move on.
Meister Chica says.
I guess some of you were not in
Yeah.
army.
The normals are wrong. So the point of this shader, this whole experiment, is to just write something that can map a nice twisting shape to this shader that I have here. I already have gears that can travel. I just need to bend them so that they are not... So that it doesn't look like a chainsaw. Like a very... yeah.
772 says.
CP Chica, nice. Is that what the CPT is? Captain, Sergeant.
Meister Chica says.
Yup.
Seven 772 says. URL.
What is that? Who is that person? This is good. I just need to set the normal correctly.
Meister Chica says.
First time in a long time, I have seen Linux kernel notification. Linux kernel, so advanced to tell Chromium not to waste memory, and if it does not conform, it kills the process.
Requote Fahrenheit says,
That looks better than math.
Yeah. So this value here, this should be the normal of the outer face along the y. Outer y. Probably like that. Yeah, now it's... Or is it? Is it properly shaded?
"772 says,
Fahrenheit gets no requiting from me. I prefer Celsius.
Requote Fahrenheit says,
Low.
772 says,
I'm no Jane Austen to romanticize unrequited love. Math
Normally
know
it's
what
still wrong
required means.
in the top part. And this normal should get darker in the top part. Yeah, I think I should focus on just one part of this. Like that.
I can tell that RF is American by how he calls you Matt instead of Maf Lol.
And this looks absolutely correct. So the normal along Z should be the red channel. So it's pointing straight at us. Maybe something like negative. Oh. And they should sum up to 1. How I'm using this best normal. Blind deer is what? What? Okay, this is how it should look.
Have you tried back-end software engineering?
So much nicer. Yeah, this, I don't know, if you're not working on front-end, I guess you're working on back-end. Okay. So much confusion. Shading is so much better now. Now this top part. Or actually no. I want to combine those two.
More specifically, architecting back-end systems for scale.
Yeah. We've done a little bit of that, I guess. Okay, there is also the X aspect here to this normal that I should model. I will do this in a sec.
Have you read Designing Data-Intensive Applications?
That book? No, I don't know it.
RF. I was just busting your chops. Sorry if it was rude. I'm American myself, Lo.
Requota Fahrenheit says.
Math, did you indicate you wanted to collapse all 4 possibilities faces into 1?
Not 4, just 2 of them. I think the top and bottom and this left and right, they can be handled together. They're almost identical. The differences are not tiny. Okay, let's start doing this. First of all, this first if can be combined. Actually, I will swap them. Or maybe not. So this local z is calculated in the identical way. Best z initially is set to 0. Only difference is in the best normal. And I think I can get this back by multiplying this by sine of s. Z, undeclared identifier. What? Load Z, it's here. What? This component is unnecessary. I must have messed something with the parentheses. Oh yeah. Okay, now it's time to do the same with the front face. Front and back, I mean. I think we'll follow the same process. Let's use Britney on one face and this. What textures do we have? Save this. Okay. Cloudflare is causing issues.
It's funny that it's soothing to watch someone else program.
True. Struggle to program. Okay, I think that should handle both cases in one shader now, in one if block.
Are you Romanian by any chance?
Oh no.
Meister Chica says.
Okay, I'm leaving Gen 2 for some time. Something broke.
Yeah. It's probably the heaviest OS pick when it comes to maintenance. I do... Okay, it doesn't show, but if I do...
Good thing we have Arch to fall back.
Last sync was 50 days ago. So once I update, chances of this system working are slim. Okay, so I would like to do a couple of things. First, I would like to stretch the texture so that it is fully mapped into this boundary here, from 0 to 1, essentially. And normals. I need to fix normals as well. She is clipped. That is care about this. How was smooth step looking? Edge, and valley. Okay.
Requite Fahrenheit says,
This looks much better.
King Shucklow in 100 says,
Bro, do you have any website?
I do, but I am not updating this really. Why is Britney sitting here in place? You should be rotating. I'm multiplying this by C. And sine.
Bro, I make my game website now. How I can get traffic.
Like that. I think the mapping is correct now. This is the hard part. It's hard to find places which will kind of allow you to post stuff that you created.
Bro, Peel's tell.
Advertising. I don't know. I actually used to, like long time ago when I made an app, I actually had a problem because, yeah, reaching users is, this is the hard part. So I used to buy some ads on social networks and it was big waste of money. Reddit, Hacker News, you know, think where the people who would use your app are.
Meister Chica says,
Itch.io.
Yeah. And Steam. Steam is the people, like people who look for games, they are on Steam. So this is probably the best place to put a game. If it's a web-based game, yeah, then it's harder to put this on Steam, but I guess, yeah, people who look for games, where are they? Yeah. This is where you need to advertise.
Knight says,
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Knight. This test necessary? It's not. It still works. Okay. Okay, I think the mapping seems to be correct now. Britney's in her right place. I don't know why this works. This is the one thing that concerns me, but yeah.
"77-2 says,
I have no idea what a shader is, but I assume it has to do with graphics.
Yeah, I can open a couple of them, but first I have to kind of save what I'm working on because they tend to crash stuff.
Meister Chica says,
Hey, I made this.
URL.
This is super smooth. Wow. If AI made this, there would be .ssh here. So this stuff, like path you should put in profile, not in basharc. Because if you have scripts that are using your custom commands, which are placed in the path, then when you just execute scripts, they will not load basharc, not always. Bash profile is the place to put this. Yeah, like stuff like path and aliases, and they should go to profile.
Yeah, didn't see that one.
Starship, a twin, ZF, Zoxide, wow. This is like JavaScript frameworks. So this is prompt. This is some history manager. Line fuzzy finder.
"772 says,
I personally use exec to run my programs. I don't like using a shell.
Yeah, it feels a lot like fish, except you have more control, and it probably behaves more like bash. All of those things, they are kind of part of the fish shell. This is what I'm using, so this is why this is what I'm comparing this against.
Meister Chica says,
I can't install fish on my Gen 2 system, for whatever reason.
Yeah, fish is not really. I'm not really advocating super much for fish. I use it personally, but there are some weird choices that they make. It feels a lot like GNOME desktop, you know, where the designers, they think they know better than users how the desktop should operate. Yeah, and I'm not really sure I like that approach. So Fish insists that some features will be managed by the shell, and the implementation of those features is hidden, which I don't like. Stuff like, for example, history management. In Bash it's super clear. In Bash you have .history. dot bash history. And that's it. It's a text file. You can play with this. In Fish, it's hidden. Interesting. Okay, continuing looking at this. So Britney is now mapped correctly. Looks like it is. East.
772 says,
Bash history is all good until you have two shell instances open simultaneously.
Yeah, yeah. GLS. Ah, this is what was causing issues. First to do done, and I guess laundry should be finished. So I will I will go pick the laundry. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Drying finished. And I've been actually thinking about this. I think the right way to do a cube, squeezed or stretched cube, is to play with SDFs, but I'm not sure if SDFs can be used for sort of ray casting. There is this SDF for a round box, and this is kind of... I want to have some roundness on the edges. You know, this is a different way of expressing essentially the same thing that kind of... So this is actually SDF, but SDF is not good enough for me. I don't need distance, I need a point along the ray. I need something like raycast with a round box. But I know there is some kind of extension of SDFs where, in addition to distance, you also get the closest point. Okay, I will ignore this. Normals. We should be fixing normals. But we'll do this in a second. I brought some food and I have a video I wanted to watch. And something I care about deeply. So, interface design. Let's check this out. I will silence the music. I will silence the birds on YouTube. And yeah, let's watch
the system.
This video. I watched it till this time, so the initial part. We can probably rewatch this again.
Welcome to Interface Studies. My name is Saleh. The history of our interaction with computers is fundamentally a history of language. Long before the first pixel was illuminated or the first mouse clicked, the architecture of these tools was being shaped by the linguistic structures of the human mind. And since the early days,
language can be understood in many ways. I guess some people use a very wide definition where language is just any encoding or any communication system or any way to communicate, really. This is a very wide definition of a language. Yeah. Probably better words for this. And linguists work on actual languages. They even they distinguish between natural and synthetic languages because very different. And visual languages, like languages of user interfaces, is more like a set of intuitions that people develop about things that can be done with a device. It's probably a little bit of a stretch to call this a language, but okay.
Of interacting with computers, there was a debate. A debate that has defined interface design for over 40 years. And it is whether to select an object and then act upon it, noun, verb, or choose an action and then apply it to an object. Verb, noun. And it's not merely a matter of technical preference or aesthetic style. It is a cognitive struggle rooted in how human beings conceive of the world, how we structure our sentences, and how we perceive our own agency within complex systems. Now, in the physical world, our interactions are dictated by the immutable laws of physics. These laws generally favor a noun-first approach. To throw a ball, one must first grasp the ball, noun selection, and then throw it. Verb execution. The object must be focused upon or selected before the action can be defined or executed. But in the realm of
In the physical world, it's not exactly true. As most of the things that you do with objects, you do using tools. So you kind of need to select the tool first before you operate on something. So this is debatable, but this is very vague, and the author is probably going... it's not true what the author is saying, but he has some other point, and he's kind of coming to this other point. So let's ignore that.
Of spoken language, which is the primary tool of how we communicate and command, the structure is often reversed. English, a subject-verb-object language, frequently places the action before the object in imperative commands. Open the door. Eat your dinner. Delete the file. In these constructs, the action, or the verb, is the primary driver of the sentence. It is the catalyst that demands a target. When computer scientists in the mid-20th century began constructing the first bridges between human intent and machine execution, they inadvertently codified these linguistic structures into the very DNA of operating systems. The early command line interfaces, CLIs of the 1960s and 70s, were built almost exclusively on the verbal metaphor. They treated the computer as a servant to be commanded. The user, acting as the subject, issued an imperative verb to the machine. Print report.txt. This verb-noun model dominated the first epoch of computing. It was efficient, precise, and for those who knew the vocabulary, incredibly powerful. It was also abstract, requiring the user to maintain a mental model of the system's state, a map in their head, because the objects of interest, the files, the directories, and the data, were invisible until summoned by name. The revolution that occurred at Xerox PARC in the 1970s and later by Apple with the Macintosh in 1984 was a rejection of this verbal metaphor in favor of a physical one. By representing digital bits as visible objects, icons, windows on a desktop, interface designers shifted the paradigm to the noun-verb model. In this model, the user first selects the object, which is the file icon, and then chooses the action: delete, open, or copy. This video is the story of competing philosophies: the raw efficiency of the command line versus the discoverability of the graphical user interface, the precision of the verb versus the safety of the noun. These models battled for dominance in the 80s. They achieved an uneasy truce in the complex toolbars in the 1990s and 2000s. And now, the rise of AI and large language models is threatening to upend the established order, bringing the verb-noun paradigm back from the brink of obsolescence in a new, probabilistic form. The cognitive demand of the verb-noun CLI is defined by the distinction between recall and recognition. In a command line interface, or the CLI, the user must recall the vocabulary from long-term memory. They must know that remove is RM in Unix, del or delete in MS-DOS, or erase in a different system. They must remember the flags and switches that modify the verb. This reliance on recall creates a high barrier to entry.
So the recall, it's not really related to noun-verb or verb-noun. It's more of the fact that the console doesn't list the available commands or files by default. This is the only reason. If the command line listed available commands on top or bottom or somewhere, or list of available files somewhere, you wouldn't have this problem. And it is a thing, there are command line file managers that help with this, like Midnight Commander. So this is a terminal command, a terminal file manager, which shows you the available commands that you have here. And it shows you the files that you have here.
The blank slate of
Could have the same kind of problem in a graphical environment. If, for example, in a graphical environment, you had to, for example, perform gesture-based operation, that's the same issue. The user needs to remember the gestures.
of the CLI offers no affordances, no visual clues as to what actions are possible. A file does not look deletable. It is merely a string of text. Now, in contrast, recognition relies on visual cues. Seeing a button labeled delete or an icon for a wastebasket or a trash can allows the user to recognize the function without memorizing it. Recognition is cognitively cheaper than recall. And it is the difference between fill in the blank test, CLI, and the multiple choice test, the GUI. The GUI presents the answers, or the available commands, right on the screen. The user has to select the correct one. Now, while the GUI minimizes cognitive load for beginners, the CLI often wins on raw speed for experts. This trade-off can be quantified using the GOMS model: goals, operators, methods, and selection rules, which is a framework developed to calculate human performance in human-computer interaction. A specific derivative of GOMS, the keystroke level model, or the KLM, assigns time values to specific actions. And according to it, when the same task is examined at the level of expert performance, the outcome becomes clear. Deleting a file through a command line allows an experienced user to act in a single continuous flow. Recall the command, type it, and execute it almost instantly. The mental effort required to remember the command syntax is negligible once learned. The physical action is limited to rapid keystrokes.
Okay. This is very wrong. I absolutely disagree. Like, all of the experiments that you can perform, they can only evaluate a specific implementation of a graphical interface or a textual interface. So you cannot really demonstrate that one or the other approach is worse by having a prototype of a graphical and textual interface and measuring somebody using both of them, because maybe you designed one of them worse. I don't really think there is a big difference between one or the other. It's they both just, interfaces. The fact that one uses, I don't know, slightly different primitives, it's probably not going to influence the result much. And I don't see why a visual interface would refuse to use keyboard. A visual interface should also use keyboard. For example, if you could point at an object and hit the delete key, it would definitely be faster than typing a command. But probably, somebody who was designing the interface decided, no, visual interface has to be used with purely a mouse, no keyboard allowed. So, you get silly results like that.
By
Back to video.
contrast, a graphical interface requires the user to shift from keyboard to mouse, locate the object on screen, point to it, and perform a series of spatial actions before the deletion occurs.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. The visual interface, first of all, it could have the ability to, filter visual files quickly. So if you remember the name of the object, you can, get rid of the noise on screen by typing, the name or something. And I don't think using a mouse is even a prerequisite in a visual interface. I think visual interfaces should be usable with something like a gamepad or purely a keyboard and arrows.
These movements are inherently slower because they are
So it's not really comparing textual with visual. Somebody is just comparing somebody who's using purely textual with somebody who's using textual and then has to move their hand to the mouse, select option from the menu. So I don't agree with the conclusions from this comparison.
are constrained by the human motor control system, and the result is that despite being more approachable and expressive for general users, or humane, graphical noun-verb interfaces impose a physical efficiency ceiling. This is
False.
why
This is false.
verb-noun command lines continue to dominate among developers.
There is no really big difference between one or the other. Like to perform any operation, you have to select a noun, you have to select a verb, and there's no reason to decide which one of them should go first. Once you select both of them, this is when the action can be invoked. But splitting interfaces into noun-verb and verb-noun, it doesn't really make sense. Like many interfaces do this, they go for one or the other, but there is no reason this distinction should even exist. A good interface should allow both modes of operation. And there is absolutely no penalty, no efficiency ceiling with graphical interfaces. Especially because textual interfaces are a strict subset of graphical interfaces. So, yeah, this is just nonsense.
And system administrators. The mode error is the scourge of the verb-noun interface. In a strict verb-noun system, the user initiates a command. If the user forgets that they are in command mode and tries to type a sentence, or if they mistype a target, chaos happens. Jeff Raskin identified the noun-verb interaction as a primary antidote to these errors. In the noun-verb system, the noun, or the data, is the persistent state. The user selects a paragraph of text. That selection is visible. It provides immediate feedback. And from the 60s to almost 1984, the screen was void, a blank slate waiting for instructions. What do you want me to do? The interaction was linear, unforgiving. If you misspell by a single character, the system does not guess it. It replies with a cold rejection. Bad command or file name, for example. The burden of precision lies entirely on the human, and the users of that era provided themselves with a vocabulary. Different kinds of commands on different kinds of operating systems. Later on, the verb-noun model offered a superpower that noun-verb interfaces struggle to match even today, which was abstraction and also batch processing. Because the nouns were text, they could be manipulated using patterns. The asterisk became a symbol of immense power. If we write delete *txt in this single command, it will delete every text file in the directory. In a noun-verb GUI, the user would have to manually select every file and then delete it. The linguistic nature of the command line interface allowed for
I think there are interfaces where you, like Nautilus, the default file browser, you go to Automat, src, I type, I can immediately, by typing on the keyboard, select a bunch of files. I can navigate here. I can say, for example, .hh and select all of the HH files. And I can act on all of them at once. So this is demonstrably false. But yeah, the ability to operate on many files at once, it's a superpower, and it only works when you deal with files, because this is the only area where this has been standardized on Linux, like in CLI. Unfortunately. There are possibly many more places where the asterisk could work. I guess in SQL, it also works in SQL.
For logical operations on the nouns. That command was almost programmatic. Delete all nouns that end in .txt.
Yeah, which you can also do here. You just type .txt. I don't have any txt or .cc. And delete all of them by hitting delete. I'm not going to do this.
This ability to address nouns by their properties rather than their location is a distinct advantage of the verb-noun linguistic model. Now, 1984 was the...
And this is wrong. It's not verb-noun linguistic model that affects it. It's just, the application needs to handle this case. There's no deep relations between the model that you picked. It's just a missing function. Not all file managers have this. And I guess not all shell environments have this as well.
Different. Because the shift from the command line to the graphical user interface is often told through the story of Steve Jobs' visit to Xerox PARC in 1979 and the myth around it. The reality is completely different, and the narrative is often dramatized. The technical transfer was real and specific. Apple adopted the WIMP paradigm, or the windows, icons, menus, and pointers, that interface, and crucially codified the noun-verb interaction model as the standard for consumer computing. Apple did quite a lot of work on codifying this interface that they saw first on the Alto computer and specifically focused on the consumer aspect of it. Xerox PARC Star System was the first to fully articulate the physical metaphor. If a screen represented the desktop, then files must be paper documents. You do not call a piece of paper by name, you pick it up. This required a fundamental inversion of the interaction sequence. Now, when the Macintosh launched in 1984, it did not just suggest the noun-verb order. It enforced it with religious zeal. The Apple Human Interface Guidelines in 1987, which is a document that became a Bible for a generation of developers, were very explicit.
Menus are central to the noun-verb principle of the Apple desktop interface. The user first selects an object, noun, either on the desktop or in a window, then chooses from a menu the operation, verb, to be applied to this object.
This was the radical departure. If you went to the File menu without selecting an icon, the verbs open, print, and duplicate were grayed out. They were disabled. This was constraint-based design. The interface physically prevented the user from constructing a nonsensical sentence. You cannot open nothing. This shift had profound effects on user psychology because it encouraged exploration. In a command line, exploration is dangerous. Typing random commands can have catastrophic effects. In a noun-verb GUI, users felt safe clicking on objects to see what would happen, because the act of selection, noun, is usually benign. it is only the subsequent action, or the verb, that changes state. And that action usually requires a deliberate menu choice or confirming a dialog box. Now, this did not come without a price. As software became more complex, the purity of the Macintosh's noun-verb model began to fracture under the weight of features. By the late 1990s, productivity suites like Microsoft Office were everywhere. Microsoft Word 2003 was that while the nouns, text, images, or tables were visible on the page, the verbs were hidden in static lists. In File, Edit, View, Insert, Format, etc. To find the crop verb for an image, the user had to hunt through the Format menu, often guessing where it might be categorized. The recognition advantage of the GUI was failing because there were simply too many things to recognize. There were many solutions around that, and probably one of the most notable ones was in 2007. Microsoft introduced the ribbon interface in Office, a radical redesign that doubled down on the noun-verb paradigm by making the verbs dynamic and context-aware. The ribbon introduced contextual tabs. When a user selects a specific noun, for example, clicks on a picture on a document, the ribbon automatically spawns a new tab, Picture Tools. This interaction model is the ultimate expression of the noun-verb logic. The interface essentially says, I see you have selected a picture, which is a noun. Here are the specific verbs, like crop, rotate, effects, that are compatible with this noun. This reduced visual clutter and improved discoverability. Users didn't need to search for tools. The tools...
Yeah, Ribbon is amazing. I never used it much, but by looking from this interface from a distance, it looks great. It has a lot of... It's not uniform, it's not flat. It has visual, high-level things that immediately kind of draw your eye. You know, the different sections do different things. And I guess it's very easy to memorize because of that. What is their purpose? Really good design here.
Came to them based on their selection.
But I don't really think this noun-verb, this whole premise, the thesis of this kind of video, that there is some fundamental difference between verb and noun and verb, and there is some struggle between them. This is just nonsense. This is an arbitrary choice that, you know, you can choose to not pick a side. You can have the ability in your interface to start with noun or start with verb and then pick the other. Or you can standardize on one. The only thing it helps is some kind of maybe consistency of behavior, but it's not really that big. I could totally imagine a system where, like Midnight Commander is a system where you probably can act in whatever way you want. If you don't have anything selected, a command, like invoking a command would probably ask you, okay, for example, you hit, I don't know, view. It would ask you, okay, select objects that you want to move, and then you would select them. Or if you have them already selected, you hit the move, it can already start the move action.
Glider down Eatware 1302 says,
Can you show how the AI works? Like Automat.
Not sure what you're asking about. Yeah, I want to finish first this video. So this is interesting. So I disagree with 50% of this video, but even though I disagree with it, I really like the video. It's really well made. It puts an argument. So this is so well made that the quality of the video and like the clarity of the argument.
Got my dot files somewhat working.
The clarity of this argument here is what makes it worth even discussing. So I I really love the video. I disagree with it. I still like it. I think it talks about something that's probably worth talking, worth discussing. Yeah, if we, for instance, inverted the interface where we, for example, instead of selecting a file, we select a command from here, and then the command highlights the possible, files that it can operate on. Then you would have an interface which works in a completely different way. It's not some fundamental choice that you have to make. It's just another feature of the interface that it can be operated one way or the other.
However, the ribbon faced a massive backlash from expert users. Simply because experts had memorized the spatial location of commands or the keyboard shortcuts. By making the interface dynamic, Microsoft broke the expert's muscle memory. The expert
So did keyboard shortcuts stop working?
user often prefers the stability of a static verb location, like knowing where the save command is, over the shifting sands of a contextual user interface. And this problem was only getting bigger. There's a tension between this floor of entry, helping starter users find tools, and the ceiling of performance.
And this is another thing that I disagree very much, that there is a trade-off. So the past sentence, the past couple of this kind of argument, it's also saying that there is a trade-off between ease of use for new users and for expert users. It's absolutely not true. Expert user of MS Office is not expert in all of the aspects of MS Office. There are always aspects of the interface that the expert is not super familiar with. And even for the expert user, making the whole interface approachable helps. I don't know where this idea comes from, that there is a trade-off between experts and newbies, but it's just wrong. It's just everybody benefits from a better design of the interface. A well-designed interface can still have keyboard shortcuts for expert users to memorize how to invoke actions and to invoke them without moving the mouse.
Performance, which is allowing experts to work blindly. There were different solutions. While the OS shell, like Finder or Explorer, and productivity apps like Word and Excel solidified around noun-verb, creative applications like Adobe Photoshop retained a strong verb-noun heritage, disguised as tools and available.
Yeah, Photoshop is a great example. You have to first select a tool and then you can use it to do something. So it's like a graphical interface that does exact opposite of what file managers do. But then it doesn't really have to be like that. Like modern Photoshop has non-destructive actions, so you can draw something and you can change how it works. You can change the draw operation into delete operation after drawing a shape.
Available in the interface.
With layers, something like that. Photoshop has something like that.
For example, in Photoshop, if the user wanted to paint, the user clicks on the brush tool in the toolbar. This was a select tool or a verb. Then, if the user wanted to apply it to canvas, which is the noun, the user drags the mouse over the pixels. This tool-based interaction is technically verb-noun. You pick a verb and apply it to a noun. But it differs from the command line interface because the verb is applied continuously and spatially. It suggests a fundamental split in domain requirements. Editing and management favors noun-verb, like select file and then move it. In creation or drawing, it favors the verb noun. select a pen, and then draw. You cannot select the line you haven't drawn yet. You must.
Of course you can. Of course you can. I don't know what's the name of this. In vector graphics, you can do this. You first draw the shape and then you customize how you want it to look.
Pick the verb draw to create the noun. And that was the state until 2007. Continuous interface hacks and changes dancing around the verb-noun, noun-verb modes. After that, the introduction of the iPhone in 2007 and the explosion of touchscreens brought a crisis to the noun-verb paradigm. The mouse was a precision instrument that had two states: hovering, or pointing, and clicking, which is selecting. The finger has only one state: touch. On a desktop, you can click an icon to select it, which is a noun, without opening it, which is the verb. On a touch screen, a tap is usually interpreted as an activation, a verb. Tapping an app icon launches it. Tapping a list item opens details. How then do you perform a noun-verb operations like delete or move on a touch screen?
You can drag a trash icon onto an object and that would delete the object. Or you can do the Photoshop thing where you select a tool and you use the tool to do something. Totally doable.
Well, we had different solutions. On iOS and Android, we have the long press, which is press and hold, that distinguishes selection from activation. To move an app icon, you don't tap it. You hold it until it jiggles. This is a gestural mode. We also have the swipe. To delete an email in Mail app, you swipe left. This creates a hybrid interaction where the gesture is the verb applied directly to the noun. It is direct manipulation in its purest form, mimicking the physical act of pushing something aside. But even in the mobile world, we have competing philosophies. The Android way, for example, is the floating action button, which is verb-noun. Google Material Design introduced the fab, a prominent circular button that floats above the content, usually with a plus symbol. This is a strong return to verb-noun. The action is primary and global. It shouts "create new" to the user. The iOS way is the context menu, or the noun verb. Apple largely resisted the fab. The interaction there is that you have to long press a notification, which is a noun, a menu appears, and you tap reply. This maintains the noun verb purity but suffers from discoverability issues. Users often don't know that a long press will reveal options. The verbs are hidden behind the pixels of the noun. This era left us with a fragmented language. You have a preference and you go with it. Users now navigate a mix of direct manipulation, like swiping cars, or hidden noun-verb modes with a long press, or explicit verb-noun with a floating action button. The consistency of the 1987 Mac desktop is gone, and it's replaced by a vocabulary of gestures that must be learned through trial and error. Now, we have to keep in mind that most of what I spoke about was in the consumer world. The developer world staged a counter-revolution. They realized that complex systems, noun-verb menus, were too slow and too hard to navigate. They wanted the speed of the command-line interface with the discoverability of the GUI. The breakthrough came with Sublime Text and was popularized by Microsoft's VS Code. It was the command palette, invoked by Command-Shift-B or Control-Shift-B. This interface is a modern verb-noun resurgence. You invoke the void, the user hits the shortcut, and the text box appears, which is the prompt. The command palette solves the...
I think this is like probably the nicest implementation of command line interface nowadays. something like this could be integrated into, into file browsers like Nautilus to make a lot of the actions faster.
The recall versus recognition problem.
Could even mix the file browser with shell.
With recall, you need to know roughly what you want. Something about Git, for example. With recognition, this merging the two paradigms into searchable verb interface. It acknowledges that power users think in verbs and shouldn't be forced to hunt for them in nested noun menus. This command palette is key for our next phase, which is the AI paradigm shift. And this takes us to the arrival of large language models. Now, in large language models, a prompt is fundamentally a command. Write a poem about a robot. Generate an image of a sunset. This is command line 2.0, if you will. It shares command line interface characteristics, but with infinite capability, you can ask almost everything. Zero affordances, the empty text box gives no clue what is possible. This is why we see a lot of AI text boxes now supported with existing prompts or guidance text. One key thing about the CLI of AI is that it is probabilistic, not deterministic. If we had the command del or delete, it always deletes the file. Draw a cat produces a different cat every time. This variability introduces a new layer of complexity. The user is no longer an operator pushing buttons. They are a curator, guiding an unpredictable agent. The interaction is in conversational loops. You get prompt, which is a verb. You get a result, which is a noun. You get a critique or refinement, which is a verb, and a new result, which is a noun. This probabilistic nature of this new command line interface is what we're dealing with now through prompt engineering. And there are many, many new types of interfaces that are specifically coming out of this command line 2.0, if you will, and the command palette concept. We see it applied in different image and video generation apps and services, and we also see it in new types of modes in existing tools, like in Photoshop. Most of the design attempts in previous types of software was about reducing the distance between the user and the object. AI increases it. In direct manipulation, with dragging a file, the distance is 0. With the command line interface, the distance is low. You have to know the command. It's a one-to-one command-to-action mapping.
Okay. I'm not sure again if I agree with the conclusions that the author is drawing. I think this is all a question of specific implementations that we see today, where it's just more convenient to embed an AI like a text-based LLM than to hook it up into the interface closely. But there are totally interfaces which put the AI closer so that you can interact with it directly. There was this TL Draw computer, for instance. This is one where you do not really give a prompt explicitly to the AI. You just draw something on screen, and I will get back to Automat in a second. There is a point about AI, and the AIs are really not... I think the only reason why AIs are very text-based right now is just it's more convenient for the integrators, for the people who embed AIs, to interface with them textually. So they kind of throw this prompting responsibility onto the user. But even Suno, right? Suno is a music generation program. You have to prompt it textually. But Suno slowly started moving towards this way of prompting this AI with some more advanced interface where you select different styles and you don't have to explain what you in text, what you want the music to sound. you can literally select a couple styles. Lyrics, yeah, you have to write lyrics, but there is that. Yeah, so I think it's not a fundamental thing with AI that AI cannot be direct. I think an AI can be pretty much direct. You can probably point at an object and tell the AI, hey, do something with this object. And the AI should get the embedding of the object that you pointed or some reference to it so that it can operate on the correct argument.
In AI, organize my files as a prompt, the distance is very
Yeah. So the way that you would do it in, for example, in Claude or Z, you would use the at sign and you would point it at a specific file. And I think there were even some commands to OpenAI kind of, this was in Cursor, I haven't seen this in Z, but you were able to select a piece of text and then hit some Control-Shift, something, and it would open an AI prompt and you would be able to tell AI, hey, do something about this, text selection.
high. The command maps to a complex, opaque set of actions. We see that with agents sometimes. The paradox is that high semantic distance allows for more powerful actions, like batch organization, content generation, but it offers less control. The future of UI, I think, will be in managing this distance, allowing users to zoom in to direct manipulation for precision, which is the noun verb, and zoom up to AI command lines of sorts for the power of verb noun. All of this shows us that the history of interaction design is not a linear progression from primitive text to advanced graphics. It's actually more complicated than that, and it's more of a pendulum swing between the linguistic power of the verb and the tangible safety of the noun. We spent the first 20 years mastering the verb or the command line, optimizing for expert speed and batch processing. We spent the next 30 years, from the 80s until almost 2024, perfecting the noun, which is the GUI, the touch, optimizing for learnability, safety, and discoverability. Later on, and with the rise of AI, we are witnessing a synthesis. The future interface will likely be an intent-driven, object-oriented model. Mouthful. This leverages the best of history.
Yeah.
We have
this last sentence, I think there was a lot of thought that the author has put behind the last sentence. I'm not sure what he means by intent-driven. Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Noun first for context and precision, avoiding AI hallucination or ambiguity about what to process, and then the verb comes second for power and flexibility, avoiding the limits of static menus that can't possibly list every graph type. And as we can see, we cannot argue for verb-noun and noun-verb as if it's a war.
Yeah.
The victor is neither. The victor is a contextual conversation, pointing at something, which is a noun, and saying, do this, which is the verb. Jeff Raskin predicted that the humane interface is one that respects the user's locus of attention. Whether we point with a mouse, tap with a finger, or reference with a pronoun, this or it in a chat, the need to ground our actions in specific objects remains the anchor of human-computer interaction. The screen may change from green screen to 4K windows to AR overlays. The grammar remains. We are the subjects, and the data is the object. And the interface is the verb that connects us.
Yeah. So I absolutely love the video. I disagree with the conclusions that were drawn initially, but at the end, the author actually contradicted those earlier conclusions by saying the exactly opposite thing. Like initially the video painted a picture of a war between verbs versus nouns, exactly, like the titular dialectic of the, two approaches. But yeah, the final conclusions, yeah, I absolutely agree with them. There is no difference between nouns and verbs. It's just some arbitrary choice that some interfaces make, and it reduces the freedom of the user, constrains the freedom of the user in some way. Sometimes justified, sometimes not. It simplifies the interface a little bit for the implementer, and that's it. That's it. This is the only takeaway from the verbs versus nouns thingy. But yeah, interface studies. I love this channel. It's amazing. Yeah. And I guess sometimes you have to create a strawman to create an engaging video. So I guess it's something I can excuse. Yeah, lovely video. Now back to Automat. I will keep this channel around. So I need to watch all of the other videos.
Meister Chica says,
Community contributions welcome.
Yeah.
In form of matrix room.
I wonder, because Discord is going to get entreatyfied eventually. So, I would say go for it. Yeah, yeah. I think so. Choosing a platform is kind of important because Discord is just, everybody has a Discord open all the time, so it makes it easy to communicate. Not everybody has a matrix open all the time, so this is one big reason why to go for matrix. So for Discord, not matrix. But it's good to have a backup. So we can probably have both. Okay, time to think about Britney's normals. Hey, this shader is actually not that bad. Okay, and let's start with maybe the Z. Z is probably easy. Yeah, I think this is just going to be C times C. And this is probably going to be sine times sine of c. Something like that. Let me draw this in the background so that I can see what we get here. Okay, I think this is our formula. Oh. Best local chord. I can get rid of this. Because I'm just using local Y. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing I wanted to do. I wanted to have those two belts. We'll remove time from the equation for now. I wanted to have one belt that twists exactly like that. And if best face is less than 0, this is what I wanted. Yeah, this is how I want the belts to twist. Okay, one more thing, one more subtle thing. Actually, there are two. So there is also a normal along the X. But they would be very small anyway, so I'm not sure if it's worth modeling them. Like, visually, it would be pretty much indistinguishable. If this was a game, I would probably model them. But the thing I want to fix now is the edge between the two sides. I would like this edge to be rounded. So put them in some variables so that I can see them closer to one another. Minus here, does it make a difference? How do I blend between those?
Do you have Matrix ID to which I can invite you to a room?
I do not. I will set up something and post it on Discord. I think I should just lerp between them. Or mix. Yeah, mix. Look at that. The mapping isn't perfect. has 0 in the center and increases to the sides. Okay. Now, when we are close to edges, this is where I want to start mixing. So the function should look like x 0, it's 1. Should go down, stay flat, and then go up here. And this is some kind of bend radius. Okay, now I need to subtract 1. With the shape I want. Now subtract half. Okay, so this creates slightly brighter edges on the edge here. Which I can then...
And were encrypted rooms or not?
I guess there is no downside, so why not?
Downside? Most bots won't work.
Actually, there is no reason to have this encrypted. Like, Discord is open access. The chat, I guess, could also be open. If our bots or some bots owned by other people scrape the chat, I don't think that should be a problem. So yeah, no encryption then. This should be clamped. Yeah, that was the reason. So now the edge, at least the top edge, it looks like it's bending nicely. Oops. Maybe see if I bring back the proper texture. And even see that. And the only issue is that this back edge, it starts to get highlighted. Ah. Okay, this mixing, I think I should normalize this. Okay. Kind of works. So you can see that the top edge of this brick texture, it starts to bend when we get closer to the edge. It's not round, it's not fully round, but it pretends to be. Ooh. Now I need to add something similar to the Britney, basically. This is actually how it should look, I think. Okay, I will save this because this code is kind of valuable now. It's almost working. So I got rid of Britney, and I guess I should put something similar here. Okay. We have our edge variable. Seems. It's wrong. Let's bring Brittany back. Cool. Now I should be able to play with this radius, make this wider. Have like a softer, more tubular shape. I can bring this down so that it's slightly sharper. And because this is not a perspective projection, some things look weird, like this going out, but it's not going to be used, I think, a lot. Oh, cool. Our teeth texture is going to be exactly where Brittany is. So each Brittany is going to be one teeth of the gear. And the bricks are going to be replaced with just a nice texture that pretends to be rubber. So there are two ways to interpolate, and it's funny how differently they look. So this is a linear interpolation of the angle. So the belt goes flat, and then it suddenly starts flipping, and then it's vertical here. This is the linear. This is the trigonometric interpolation. Probably doing this. And now it should look more similar. Trigonometric has smooth derivatives, so this is one thing that makes it look nice. But we can also use smooth step. I want to see how smooth step would look like. No big difference. Okay, I guess time to move this into Automat now. See if it can work with the other things we have. Can I save? Of course I cannot. Yeah, this Cloudflare integration is terrible.
I wonder how Noon claimed Matrix space name. Automat torch.
Nice.
Sent invite link in general on Discord.
Sweet. Okay. This is saved on shader toy, so it's not going away. Switch to gear XKSL. There, update. And we'll do a short break. Be right back. When I'm back, we will try to do the mapping. Okay. Maybe like that. Corners, they are not quite rounded. They are more like only normals are rounded here. Actually, I want to visualize something. So those are our normals, and you can see that at the edge, they look amazing. This here. Let me check something. Something weird. Why do we have anything in the X? Something is wrong here with the normals. Okay, now it should be better. I think we have small numerical errors somewhere. It's not a big issue. It's a small thing, really. So this is one of the most useful views of 3D shapes. It tells you at each point here you can see where the surface is pointing. If this value contains three values, there is x, y, and z in RG and B components. Red tells us how much this surface here, how much it's pointing in the x direction. And that should always be at 0. Not always at 0. Here it has some value. I wonder why.
Nixify Dev says,
It has been a while. How are you guys?
Hey. Usual stuff. Yeah, the usual stuff that we do here. Shaders. Actually, normal view looks kind of nice. I guess normal view arguably looks better than textured view.
I have a shader guy for shader work. That way, I don't have to do it.
This is the way. Speaking of shader guy, I should actually hire Claude to do this for me. See if I can make this work.
Now, you're thinking like a businessman. Nice.
Save this. Math. Okay. Have anything in Git? No, nothing. And the contents of this shader. Save this as not assets. How did I call this? It was belt.png. I guess I cannot link it here. I channel 1.
Getting closer to the first version of the Blender add-on I've been working on for the engine.
Blender has amazing API. It's just scripting Blender, it feels like magic. Like the level of integration of Python into everything there, it's just amazing. It's like the most scriptable, I guess, application I know. More so than Emacs, even. Okay, and actually I'm thinking that maybe I will not do this from Z, I will do this from Cloud Code.
There are some things I wish were slightly better, especially around EWI responses in the scripting. But generally speaking, it has been smooth sailing, mostly some friction with my lack of knowledge on Blender itself.
Yeah. The docs are hard to find, maybe. This is maybe one downside, but in Python you have this help commands. Help and dir. Yeah, and with those, it's hardly anything that... cannot be done. How do I refer to files?
Docs have been lacking quite a bit in usefulness, but GPT have been quite useful in covering that gap.
True, true.
I have a couple artists that work in Blender a lot, giving feedback and helping me understand their workflow, which have been a huge help as well.
Yeah. My wife works in Blender. She's she's not really using Blender that much. I guess she is. Yeah, but for me the power of Blender is the ability to invoke it with a script. Because when you evoke Blender, there is something like blender -- Python, I think. I think there is something like this where you can just invoke commands and it will execute in a headless fashion where it will just do your commands without even showing the interface.
That's cool. There are a few quirks with getting script reloading to work properly, but once it works, it is so rare that I ever have to really restart Blender itself, which has been iterating quite fast.
Yeah. And Blender even has this scripting workspace. I don't know what it's called. I guess workspace.
Yeah, the artist showed me that. Also being able to copy the full data path to fields, etc. time. Had je niet down the
I already see that it messed something up. Because instead of using the funny gear shape that we had, it started off by, I don't know, discarding it. Like deleting it and switching to a hard-coded texture.
Yeah, GPT does that kind of thing a lot as well.
Let's see what happens. So that was it's one of the features they added to Claude, where it can take screenshots of Automat to see if it was successful. Okay, let me stop this. I will run this myself and see how it looks. I don't have high expectations.
That's cool.
Well, okay. Actually, it's not bad. Actually, it's not bad at all. Wow. The broken direction is a small thing. The transparency is a small thing. We can fix them. Wow. It placed the start and end point for the twist, or maybe it used whatever we already had.
one day closer to being replaced by our owl overlords.
Sorry, what is this? If length and pos is less than this, then... Okay, render gear without twist. First of all, I will save this so that there is something, those timers on screen, because Opus is going to make screenshots, and it's good that it actually sees the result. Yeah, make it look like that. I think if I restart it, it should be restored in the same view. Okay.
Are you Polish?
Yep.
Saw the flag on your website. I'm from Denmark.
The flag is for the language. Even when I write something on the web, I usually write it in Polish. It's just more convenient to, think in the native language.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This gear twist. So the AI didn't really delete anything here. It just... It just wrapped everything in if-else blocks. Compute age? Why is this done outside of the... Okay, it doesn't matter. So I'm using this from Claude Code and not from Z because I heard that Claude actually gives you some discount on the number of tokens that you can use if you're using their tool. So yeah, Z is still a fine editor. We're seeing what happens. Okay, now it looks slightly better. Yeah, so this is the problem of working concurrently with Claude. But it was actually looking decent. It had some tiny issues that we will fix now. First thing in sync.cc, stroke width. This has to be increased. Because there is some clipping issue, very small clipping issue. Because this belt, yeah, it kind of expands before it contracts here. This is this doing? Why the normal is computed outside of the... outside of everything else. Shade, metal shade bed. Oh. Okay. Start by removing this. I don't know what was the point of this second function. Or this function that outputs derivatives, but for some reason girtif. What? Girtif height? Wow. Okay, so girtif surface. It's only used in one place, of course. This is the code reuse. Okay, it's just an AI. It's just an AI. Okay, that normal should obviously be part of the girtif surface. So instead of passing dx, dy, have normal. Non-identifier angle. But I'm taking sine and cosine of this angle, so I don't think I should pass the angle. I should probably pass UV circ x and y. I'm not sure if anything improved but yeah. I guess we're progressing. I mean, the gear surface, this circular part, that should still look good. Okay, this is the important thing. This part still looks fine. Maybe there is a small issue here. Hard to say, really. But okay.
Meister Chica says,
Why you do not update it to Linux kernel for 6.85 build is borked on Gen 2.
I'm not sure if you're a representative user of kernel.
Nixifidev says,
CP Chica potten nien estet night complicet.
David Attenborough as the old age.
Meister Chica says,
It took me 4 hours to figure out what is wrong with my system.
Yeah, not surprised. This is how Gen 2 works. And it's actually not getting better with time. It's you would expect that you actually get faster eventually, but you don't. That's how it works.
Fix was to boot into live system and waste 2 hours waiting for kernel to build from official tarball from kernel.org. And before that, another hour figuring out how to configure the kernel deck. Now, I have another problem. Glibsardak.
Yeah, I think this approach may not work on Gen 2.
I swear with Tux I will switch to muscle cut you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We actually have the... I think we have time here, right? No, we don't. Maybe I will try to hook up the actual function now. There is going to be no gear thief height. This is totally pointless. This is... yeah, it's duplicated code. UV. have a couple of broken things at the same time. I removed this function, so I need to replace this if somehow. And I removed this function, so I need to switch to this one. So here I need to pass some UV. Whatever. Outer radius. What is HY? Okay. This is not going to work now. I can comment this out. Okay. You know why it's working. This central gear should not work. Apparently, some accident makes it work. I don't know. Cool. Okay, so here I am shading this texture using this normal that I got from the twister. Which, by the way, I should tweak to use the same radius. All radius centimeters. It's all roundness. So the width of this rounded section should now match the roundness of the hole in the other part of the bed. Yeah. Maybe I will increase the length of the twist section. Next, I think we should increase the width of this belt thingy. Shouldn't be so thin. There needs to be some text printed on here and it needs to be readable. Yeah, I think this is what's causing the issue with normals. Still being hit, interestingly. What next? Maybe the direction. Let's try to align the direction of the rotation. belt. Actually, not so much X, it's more like Y. What is this? Okay, so this is just a position along the... Let's call this X. Let's call this X, whatever. Radial distance from the center. Usually you don't call this X, but let's call this... Well, first I will check if this still works. I'm fixing variable names so that I can figure out what's happening in this code and avoid pointless repetition. Let's call this belt width. Still looks good. Ooh. And belt angle now. So this tells us how much we have rotated. What's the point of text? X. Hard to say. Just change tape, right? I'm afraid the hardest piece of math that we've been working on during the last stream was deleted by by Claude. The one which tries to match the gear perfectly to the other gear. I think simplifying this code is like, it's probably like a day of work to fully fix everything. And this angle needs to be reused. It's important. Strip cross, it's only used inside.
Nixify Dev says.
Pepe Jam? Pan. Yes, I don't.
Yeah. I'm trying to fix this value belt angle. It's computed wrong here. And it doesn't match the teeth of this rotating part on the belt. It's good that this math here, at least this one, is correct. I'm going to rely on that. We lost the teeth, but the important part is that it's perfect. It's touching the edge of the other gear here. Exactly what we wanted. And it's easy to bring this back. I just need to do... For example, this. This should fix it. Or maybe minus, plus or minus. Ooh. This is matching now. This twisting section is kind of too long, I think. Okay. And a couple of things are still missing. The transparency. we don't have transparency here. Do I bring transparency back? Alpha. Here. I think it should return alpha value function. The error was computed twice. Okay, transparency is back. Okay, there are a couple of things which still need to be fixed. I need to use the normals from the metal shader, it's called, and rotate them using the normal from instead of best, belt normal. is there a jump here? This is very suspicious. I guess the normals that we're generating are... I have no idea what's up with that. Maybe I need to do UV by outer radius here. Yeah. It's radial X. I think this should be fine. Yeah. The discontinuity is gone. I was concerned it would be a problem. So to-dos. I think it's time to wrap up for today because my ability to think is evaporating. So the whole point of having normal here is that we want to take this normal here and twist it somehow. Even... Yeah, much that. Okay, rotating belt. And then we need to fix normals in the flat part of the belt. And then change the UV shader into black rubber. Something like black rubber. Actually, Skia shades this way better than Shader Toy. When I just copied this shader from Skia, at least this blue section suddenly has the right value. It should be 7F, 7FFF. This is perfect. And also here. I guess this is because of sRGB conversion, probably. I bet that Skia kind of handles this slightly better than GLSL. Yeah, I think it looks slightly weird right now, but this is because of this, the way that light behaves. So when you look at this and the light behaves like that, it looks like this is just squeezing the gears, squeezing and stretching, so you don't really see the rotation here. Once we rotate normals, the rotation should be very, very clear. So I think the rotation is what will actually make the illusion kind of come through. I'm also wondering whether this whole effort with having a proper cube-style rotation, which produces this sine wave here, whether it was worth it. But I will make a decision later. Yeah, because if this is not looking realistic after changing the shaders, I think this wave here will have to be dealt with, kind of. We'll probably then replace it with just straight line. We will see how this looks. Okay, so this is the plan, I guess, for Monday. Before it comes, I will try to create a Steam page for Automat so that we have something monitoring. No, it works. This thing works. Sweet. Just need to have a nicer visual representation here. Anyway, this is it. Next week we are probably finishing with the... I think on Monday we should be able to finish with this visualization. We'll probably switch to other features. Okay then, see you on Monday. Bye bye.